two about your future plans or something you want to.
What I write? Just refer back to it.
I wish they had a master's for sculpture. They only have a local residency, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't believe this.
No, I wish they would have something.
Like your necklace. Okay, see you around.
All right, I'll see you later.
Check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. 2, 2. Check, check. Nothing? Huh? Oh. There's a 10-second delay, Jason says. Okay, there you go. Awesome. Sounds good. Check, check. Hey, hey. Checking audio. Check. Check two. Check, check. Check, check. Hey, hey. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Commencement, check. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Auditorium check. Check, check. Auditorium check. 1, 2. Auditorium check. 1, 2. Hey, hey.
Oh, Rick West. I think you're probably gonna have to. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So what do you think, Andy? Here or here, maybe? So they can walk by? You can come here, Mary. Yeah. I know. We're not going to film them.
Okay, so they're just gonna stand in front of the campus. They're not on stage.
Let's go. The Institute of American Indian Arts respectfully acknowledges that we are located on the traditional Puebloan lands of the Tanoan and Kara-speaking peoples. We honor and thank them for their graciousness as stewards of the land. Your Master of Ceremonies today is the 2021-2022 Professor of the Year, Kim Parkou. Professor Parkou joined the IAIA faculty in 2004 after spending 10 years as an educator in the Atlanta and Santa Fe public schools and 2 years as a volunteer with the Peace Corps at the Mumia School for the Deaf in Kenya, East Africa. Professor Parkou holds a BFA from Savannah College of Art and Design with a concentration in painting and an MFA in creative writing from Bennington College with a concentration in poetry. Professor Parkou is the author of 2 books of hybrid poetry and fiction and is the winner of the 2016 Tarpaulin Sky Press Book Prize and the 2018 Boston Review Annual Poetry Prize. Professor Parkou happily resides with her husband, daughter, and dog. Please help us in welcoming Professor Kim Parkou.
Good morning and welcome to the 2022 IAIA Commencement Ceremony. It's wonderful to be here together again and to gather in the beauty of this ceremony and its poetry across the threshold. The words, the silence, the song, the breath, the drum, the diverse, vibrant parts, the profound, thrumming whole. The graduates at the center, resplendent, surrounded by the love and belief of all here and watching. Your voices are at the vital center of what needs knowing. We have seen the brilliance of what your imagination can bring to life, and there are challenges that only the fluidity of imagination will be able to name, meet, transform, and heal. I'm glad you have the collective love and belief in this ceremony, this living poem, to fill you, to carry with you over the threshold and into your journey. And to get us started in a good way, I'd like to introduce Mr. Paul Quintana, who will provide our invocation. Mr. Quintana is evergreen of the Water Clan from Cochiti Pueblo, New Mexico. He is a husband, father, brother, uncle, and in native ways, he is a grandfather to some. He is an artist, tattoo artist, mechanic, welder, farmer, basketball coach, and is very involved in his traditional ways and teachings. He is head gardener at the Institute of American Indian Arts, where he uses planting and growing methods passed down from his elders to help the IAIA garden thrive in the high desert climate. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Kuatsina opa, se opa. Ayan haka, chit hanush, go ketema. Oe, chita pecha, chita kichwacha. Oa, konecha. Oa mashtan, shatsa ya shana ya, shreya kime shamama. Dus re kini keshpi, sakya kochani, hanikyak, kikya sakya. Hoa mani shekime. Tuna nekime, koname kute, Shkeitsara, Shkeitsuya. Sheitsaran, Sheuachani, Tusikasha, Kichanu, Shuachani Oshananu, Tukasa, Kikyame, Boname, Tuame, Poname. Shkatsayama, Sumana, Kichanu, Washkochani, Yuti Satsa, Yuti Skopchanu, Tukmani, Shkayayoni, Skopish Tayash, Shom Shoshite, Sohetaya, Kashkani, Iani, Chikishkokumi, Chita Pecha, Chita Kuchuacha, Iani, Zemaku, Makikyapa, Rawa, Kuchuacha. It's just thank you for everybody for being here from all parts of the country. We just pray for the graduates and their journey after they leave here. From this day on, may all the blessings from throughout the universe be with you. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Quintana, for that invocation. I ask that you all please remain standing for the flag song. Okay, thank you for that powerful flag song. Please be seated now. Thank you. I would now like to introduce IAIA's president, Dr. Robert Martin. Dr. Martin is an enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation. He received his doctorate from the University of Kansas. Prior to coming to IAIA in 2007, Dr. Martin was the associate head of the American Indian Studies program at the University of Arizona and has served as president of 3 other tribal colleges. Please join me in welcoming our president, Dr. Robert Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim, our Faculty of the Year, and we appreciate her service as EMC. But OCO, good morning. Good morning. You can do better than that. All right. I welcome, yes, Danae. I welcome the graduating students and their families and friends, Board of Trustees, alumni, tribal leaders, elders, donors, Rick West, our keynote speaker, and of course our guests and state representatives that are here, and our live stream audience to the Institute of American Indian Arts 2022 commencement ceremony. Congratulations, class of 22. You're graduating in a special year. We are celebrating the 60th anniversary of the college and the 50th anniversary of our Museum of Contemporary Native Arts. Yes, it's our birthday. The theme is making history. And if you go to IAIA.edu//making history, you can find a listing of our events scheduled throughout the year, and we'll be adding those. And of course, we invite you back to participate in all of those on our campus, the public events. We are celebrating our first in-person graduation ceremony in how many years? 3 years. It's hard to believe. I'm going to have to take a photo to document this, and everybody has to smile. All right, you ready? That's a great. You're not all smiling, I don't think. Oh, that's great. Thank you. This is a grand moment. Accordingly, I also welcome the reunion classes of 2020 and 2021 who graduated virtually. We promised in 2020, with our first virtual graduation, that you would have an opportunity to walk during our first in-person commencement, and you are here. Thank you. We know that cyberspace can offer only so much. It is not the same when you graduate at home or alone or whatever, and I deeply appreciate your returning for this auspicious occasion. Thank you. All of you have had to overcome the challenges of the pandemic with the isolation, loneliness, anxiety, and uncertainty, and also you may have lost a sense of community because of all that. You have had to pivot between virtual and in-person learning and adapt to ever-changing challenges presented by the pandemic, wearing masks, social distancing, etc. These times have proved challenging for all of us, and especially you, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Although COVID cases have declined, many of you and all of us remain somewhat apprehensive about the future. But today we have an opportunity to return to a sense of normalcy and tradition. Today we are celebrating your resiliency, commitment, passion, sacrifice, and persistence that resulted in your success today. We are gathered in your honor and applaud your milestone achievement. You are a manifestation of IAIA's mission to empower creativity and leadership in Indigenous arts and cultures. You have developed your creative voice through your art, films, the spoken word and the written word, performing arts, and scholarship. Many of you have said that you want to be of service to your community, and I am confident that you will make a difference for your families and your communities. On this day of celebration, we don't want to forget to acknowledge and express gratitude to your network of supporters that guided you along your path to success. And I'd like to recognize the family of our graduates. If you could please stand. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you very much. You also have your IAI family to thank, and I'd like the faculty and the staff to please rise at this time to be acknowledged and say thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for mentoring our students and making sure that they were successful. I want to share the 2022 graduating class profile. We have a total of 76 graduates this year. 59 are undergraduate and 17 are graduate students from an MFA Creative Writing program. Additionally, we have 35 students that graduated virtually in the past 2 years who have returned to the campus and are participating in today's ceremony. You range in age from 21 to 58, and the average age is 30. We have parents and grandparents and married couples. One of the couples, I think she graduated during the pandemic, the virtual commencement years, and the other, she's graduating today. So we congratulate them and being able to walk together. Thank you. You represent 35 Indigenous Nations, and you can see the flags that represent tribal sovereignty that are draped on our walls. So we have a majority of the flags. We always strive to get all of them. So if you don't see your flag up there, help us to get that flag for next year when we celebrate. You represent 24 states. The top states are New Mexico, Arizona, California, Alaska, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Washington. 72% are natives and 28% are non-natives. You represent 6 countries: Colombia, Taiwan, Peru, Japan, Canada, and the United States. It's quite a group. As a group, you are being awarded 6 certificates in museum studies, 3 in business and entrepreneurship, 5 certificates in Native American art, 8 associate degrees, 37 bachelor's degrees, and 17 MFAs in creative writing. And we have 1 in poetry, 8 in fiction, 5 in nonfiction, and 3 in screenwriting. Congratulations again. Graduates, you will be joining the ranks of our alumni. And as you know, many are renowned, and I'd like the alumni that are with us, including our faculty and staff. Alumni, please stand. Thank you for being here and supporting our students. And I see Manny Ramirez back there. He's president of the Alumni Council, so thank you for being here, Manny. Commencement represents the beginning for you as you take the next step in life's journey. You are warriors who will take your knowledge, wisdom, and skills forward as you go to graduate school or to work as artists, filmmakers, writers, scholars, professors, or returning home to be of service to your families and communities. I wish you the best of luck, and may you be blessed by the Creator. And now you go out and make history. Congratulations.
you, Dr. Martin. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the chairman of the IAIA Board of Trustees, Lauren Kiva. Lauren practices law with the Kiva Law Offices in San Francisco, California. He attended Stanford University and received law degrees from Oxford University and the University of New Mexico. He has been a trustee of IAIA since 1994 and is an enrolled member of the Cherokee Nation. Please join me in welcoming IAIA Board of Trustee Chair, Lauren Kiva.
It says don't touch the mic. Ocio, yatahe, bienvenidos. A warm welcome to all of you on this lovely, great New Mexico spring, summer day. I would like to introduce some of my fellow members of the board and other special guests so that you can acknowledge them today. Joanne Balzer, a member of our board of trustees, please stand as I call your name, and her lovely husband, Bob. Bidta Becker, Navajo Dene. Barbara Ells and her great husband, Bob. Brenda Kingery, Chickasaw. Beverly Morris, Aleut. And her husband, Mike. Dorothy Bracey, a member of our foundation board. Tom Johnson. Gail Bernstein, also a member of our foundation board. Joel Bernstein. Lorraine Gala Lewis, another foundation board member. New Mexico State Representative Anthony Allison. And Evelyn Allison. David Cartwright, chair of the board of the Autry Museum of the West. I haven't seen her, but I hope she's here. Dr. Victoria Mora, president of United World College. John Marr, Higher Learning Commission liaison. Ed Hughes, our Achieving the Dream coach. And Dr. Charlene Teeters. Here we go. 12 years after the completion of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, its architect, Christopher Wren, died. Following the destruction of the Great Fire of London in 1666, Wren played a vital role in designing many of the rebuilt buildings. When he died, Wren was entombed in the bottom of St. Paul's Cathedral. His place was marked with a modest plaque that reads in Latin, Lector si monumentum requiris circumspice, which translated says, Reader, if you need a monument, look around you. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the founding of the IAIA. It also marks the 15th anniversary of Dr. Robert Martin's presidency. Apart from Lloyd Kiva New, the IAIA's founder, no one has had more impact on the IAIA than Bob Martin. When he arrived on campus, the Residence Center was not here, nor was the Center for Lifelong Education Conference Center, nor the Barbara and Robert L. Science and Technology Building, nor the Lloyd Kiva New Welcome Center, nor the Performing Arts and Fitness Center where we are gathered today. They are all monuments to Bob Martin's leadership and vision. As the ads on television say, wait, there is more. When you walk outside, you will see the ongoing construction of the first phase of our new Research Center for Contemporary Native Art, where we're renovating the academic building, and then next year we're going to start replacing the casitas with a family housing with a new mixed-use student learning center. But buildings represent only a physical fabric of any institution. Under Bob Martin's guidance, the IAIA has expanded its student population, gathered an exemplary and devoted faculty and staff, and greatly expanded its course offerings and degree programs, most recently with a new degree in Master in Fine Arts and Cultural Administration. Under Bob's leadership, the Iaia has won award after award after award, and it received not one, but two unsolicited multi-million-dollar gifts from Mackenzie Scott, formerly Bezos. The caliber and quality of our graduates today is itself a testament to Bob Martin's leadership and vision. On behalf of my fellow trustees, we would therefore like to ask you to please rise and give a loud, boisterous round of applause and thanks to Dr. Robert Martin and his accomplice in all that he has done, his gifted wife, Lucy Tapahanso. But wait, there is more. Just so you know, this was not part of the official commencement script, and no one but the trustees knew of it. As a small token of our esteem and appreciation, the Board of Trustees has awarded Dr. Martin an honorarium with the hope that he and Lucy will use it to take a long-deserved 2-month sabbatical at a time or times of their choosing. Not to retire, but to return with even more vigor to lead IAA. As it continues to serve its mission of empowering creativity and leadership in Native arts and cultures through higher education, lifelong learning, and outreach. If you need a monument, look around you. Thank you, Bob. Wado. Now back to the script. I would like to now introduce our honorary doctorate recipient, Rick West. It is a personal privilege to be able to introduce and be part of the ceremony awarding Rick West our honorary doctorate degree. My wife Ann and I have known Rick and Mary Beth West since January 19, 1993, over 29 years ago. How do I remember that date? Bill Clinton was going to be sworn in as President of the United States the next day, January 20. Ann and I were throwing a party at our house in Washington the evening before the inauguration for what we called Oxford Friends of Bill, friends who had gone to Oxford with Bill Clinton. The president-elect was supposed to come by that day to say hello, but he got waylaid by some exigency. One of our Oxford friends was a lawyer with an Albuquerque law firm, and she asked if she could bring some colleagues. The law firm was then named Gover, Stetson, and West, Gover being Kevin Gover, Stetson being Kate Stetson, West being Rick West. Kevin and Kate were co-chairs of Native Americans for Clinton Gore. The next thing I knew, I was being investigated by the FBI for a night job as an IAA trustee. Rick, as you all know, became the founding director of the National Museum of the American Indian. Kevin Gover succeeded him after a successful law and government career, and Kate Stetson has been a major force in New Mexico politics. Just so you know, apparently, one of the unwritten requirements of being director of the NMAI is that you have a New Mexico connection. The current director is Dr. Cynthia Chavez Lamar, a former IAI trustee and an enrolled member of the San Felipe Pueblo. Rick West is one of those people who needs no introduction in Indian country, but I'll do it anyway because it's part of this deal. Rick grew up in Muskogee, Oklahoma. He is the son of Walter Richard West Sr., a renowned painter, sculptor, and educator who led the art department at Bacone College in Oklahoma from 1947 to 1970. As an aside, my wife's Ann's grandfather was a Bacone graduate. Rick earned his bachelor's degree magna cum laude and graduated Phi Beta Kappa from the University of Redlands. He received a master's degree in American history from Harvard. He graduated from Stanford Law School, where he was the recipient of the Hilmer Ullman Prize for Excellence in Legal Writing and served as an editor and note editor of the Stanford Law Review. He was a partner in a major East Coast law firm where he served as counsel to numerous American Indian tribes, communities, and organizations. Rick has served on the boards of trustees of the Ford Foundation, Stanford University, and the Kaiser Family Foundation. After he thought was his retirement as the founding director of the NMAI, Rick was asked to become the director of the Autry Center for the American West in Los Angeles, which he has led to great success. He is a citizen of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes and is a member of the Southern Cheyenne Society of Peace Chiefs. I can remember when they had the inauguration of the NMAI in Washington, Rick was arrayed in this most astounding Native costume, and I'm sorry he didn't wear it tonight. Or today, rather. Where am I? Rick is married to Mary Beth Braden West, also a recovering lawyer, who retired in 2005 as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Oceans and Fisheries with the rank of an ambassador. They have 2 adult children, Amy and Ben, and a gaggle of grandchildren. Rick has had an enormous impact on Native American art and culture. It is therefore entirely fitting and appropriate that the IAI, which is devoted to advancing Native American art and art culture, should honor him today. Take it over, Dr. Martin.
As you know, we're presenting Rick with an honorary doctorate, and we're going to head him. Try not to mess his hair up. Okay. This is conferred upon W. Richard West, Jr., an honorary degree of Doctorate of Humanities, with all the rights and privileges appertaining to that degree and testimony thereof. The Board of the Institute of American Indian Arts, upon recommendation of the faculty, has granted this diploma bearing the seal of the Institute this 14th day of May, 2022. Oops, I touched the mic. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rick West.
So go ahead.
Mr. President, honored guests, and most important, members of the IAI's graduating class of 2022, as well as members of the class of 2020 and 2021, who are also here. I am deeply, profoundly, in fact, honored to be the recipient of an honorary doctorate from the Institute of American Indian Arts. I also feel privileged to be among you today on what I know for you, your parents and relatives, and your communities is a marker in your life's journey. I would like to offer 2 introductory observations before moving to the main thought I want to leave with you today. First, my ties with this institution you have called home cannot help but move and touch me. They began with IAI's founder, Lloyd Kiva, whom I first met in Phoenix as a 3-year-old. I thought for years he was a blood relative because he and my father were such close friends in the Native arts community. After World War II, Dad succeeded Lloyd as the art instructor at the Phoenix Indian School. He also came very close to accepting Lloyd's invitation to join the IAI faculty when the institution opened in 1962. Lloyd became a professional part of my life years later when he served as a key advisor to the National Museum of the American Indian during the design process for its building on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. I am here today filled with genuine gratitude for IAIA and for all those who founded it, shaped it through time, and led it, including Lloyd's brilliant and thoughtful present-day successor, Bob Martin, as well as my favorite museum director in the entire world, Patsy Phillips. My second introductory point is this. Whatever challenges your future as artists may hold, I'm fundamentally optimistic based upon my work as a museum director about your role in the art world beyond IAIA. It is a far different place than it was before for Native artists in my dad's generation. He spent much of his life in the mid-20th century trying to get off the walls of natural history museums, where what he and his Native peers created was frequently categorized as visual anthropology or ethnography, and into the galleries of art museums. That battle has been done and won, and thankfully with much of the credit due to the work of the Institute of American Indian Arts in generating multiple generations of Native artists who, on their own terms, have intersected museums, collectors, and the international art market and community. Pioneering institutions and museums such as Philbrook, the Gilcrease, Heard, Mokna, and the National Museum of the American Indian added momentum to this trend. At the moment, the doors of regional and national American art museums, even the Met in New York City, are beginning to creak open with respect to the legitimacy of Native art. As the beneficiaries of what I have just described, I want IAI's class of 2022, 2021, and 2020 to walk through those doors and any others you wish. Most of all, I want you to do so on your terms and to determine and own the creative path you choose in achieving success and fulfillment as an artist. Against this backdrop, let me now turn to another closely related issue that is much on my mind and on which I would like to focus this morning, if I may. I think of this presentation as a conversation between a recently retired Native Museum director on the cusp of his 80th birthday and you, artists who, along with others, will hold the future of Native art in your very hearts, minds, and hands for the next half century at least. And let me do so in a Cheyenne way, in large part through stories that make the points I wish to leave with you today. The first involves my father, who has been mentioned, W. Richard West Sr., whose Sisistas name was Wafpanaya, or Lightfoot, a highly respected, some would say renowned, painter and sculptor for most of his 83 years. When I was a child, probably less than 10, and during one of Dad's many trips to the Philbrook Museum of Art in Tulsa, Oklahoma, he and I were standing in front of, as I recall, a Tlingit object from the institution's substantial Native collections. He wanted to explain it to me. First, he began initially by talking about the geography of the object and the Native community that made it. He then turned to its remarkable beauty as a matter of conventional Western art canons and aesthetics, including its material, the artist's technical skill as a carver and a sculptor, its colors, and its composition and design lines. Then with a slight chuckle, he added, "The only problem is, it means so much more than that to the artist who created it and the community where the artist lived." Now, and only now, some 70 to 75 years later, do I fully appreciate what Dad was trying to tell me, and it is simply this. Simply put, art created by Native peoples from time immemorial has never been the child of Europe's Enlightenment, Western rationalism, or Western art, with their binary division between nature and culture, and the multiples of vertical disciplinary categories that are its offspring: art, science, history, ethnography, to name only a few. Native art comes instead from a different place that sees art and culture as parts of the same whole, with a far different intended purpose and community impacts. I would like to walk those different places and purposes with you for the next several minutes. Jackie Rand, a colleague of mine at the Smithsonian in the early days of the NMAI, and now a distinguished professor of history, puts it this way: the Native artist values the creation of art over the final product. Process speaks to historical or cultural significance because it is testimony to cultural continuity and change. It is the evidence of lost traditions, innovations preserved, cultural knowledge, historical perspective, and vision of the future. It takes into account a sort of spiritual evidence that is integral to the creative process. The integrity of the creative process is foremost. The object is meaningless without it. To move from the academic to real life, I'm reminded of a story that makes this sometimes elusive point so at odds with the dictates of conventional Western art history. It is about a Northern California basket maker named Mrs. Matt, not her real name for the protection of the innocents, but a contemporary basket maker whom I know very well, who was hired to teach basket making at a local university. After 3 weeks, her students complained that all they had done was sing songs. When they asked, were they going to learn to make baskets? Mrs. Matt, somewhat taken aback, replied that they were learning to make baskets. She explained that the process begins and starts with songs that are sung so as not to insult the plants when the materials for the baskets are picked. So her students learned the songs and went to pick the grasses and plants to make their baskets. Upon their return to the classroom, however, the students again were dismayed when Mrs. Matt began to teach them yet more songs. This time, she wanted them to learn the songs that must be sung as you soften the materials in your mouth before you start to weave. Exasperated, the students protested having to learn more songs instead of learning to make baskets. Mrs. Matt, perhaps herself a bit exasperated at this point, thereupon patiently explained the obvious to them. You're missing the point, she told them. A basket is a song made visible. I do not know, quite frankly, whether Mrs. Matt's students went on to become exemplary basket makers. What I do know is that her wonderfully poetic remark, which suggests the interconnectedness of everything, the symbiosis of who we are and what we do, embodies a whole philosophy of Native life and culture, and speaks volumes about the relationship and the relative order of importance between process and object. Native objects in their most profound and ultimate dimension really were statements and reflections, and were intended to be so, of collective and communal values as much or more than they were individual creative statements of universal meaning. I remember visiting many years ago the Millicent Rogers Museum in Taos. I was gazing down at a truly magnificent ceramic pot sculpted by the hand and the spirit of Popovi Day, the brilliant son of Julian and Maria Martinez of the San Ildefonso Pueblo, who were both good friends of my father. I was content to stand there, transfixed for a very long time, simply lost in the work's mesmerizing aesthetic beauty. My eye, however, finally wandered to a piece of text that had been placed next to the pot, and it turned out to be words written by Popovi Day himself. I've never forgotten them because they spoke volumes about Popovi Day's world and how his personal creativity related to, indeed arguably was subsumed by, that world. We do what comes from thinking, he said, and sometimes hours and even days were spent to create an aesthetic scroll and design. Our symbols and our representations are all expressed as an endless cadence and beautifully organized in our art as well as in our dance. There is design in living things. Their shapes, forms, the ability to live, all have meaning. Our values are indwelling and dependent upon time and space, unmeasured. This in itself is beauty. Here is where these comments and stories lead me. As the son of a Native artist and as a museum director, I reject all efforts to impose on Native artists and their creativity art canons from elsewhere that deny or diminish the holistic and dynamic linkages between Native art and Native cultural memory and continuance. And I'm not alone in this. Rick Hill, an artist, former director of MOCNA, and former member of the senior staff of the NMAI, puts the matter this way. The main difference between Indian and non-Indian artists is that we are still community-driven. Art is the cement that binds the Indian people together, uniting us with our ancestors and with generations yet to be born. Through art, we can take a look at why language is important, why ritual is important, why land is important. With his characteristic candor and truth-telling, Bob Houses tells it like it is regarding the essential nature of Native art and his role as an artist. I want to see people participating in my work. That's totally contrary to what we're taught in America, the artist as an individual, the genius. I don't want to see that in my work at all. I would rather see at the most a cultural reflection of being an Apache. I've been fighting those concepts of individual uniqueness and universalism, concepts that are totally contrary to tribalism. Individualism denies a future or a past awareness. You claim it, you own it, but you're not part of it. In other words, through the millennia, those Native people we now call artists were not so much in the business of producing art objects as they were in creating aesthetically remarkable material whose primal importance lay not in the object itself, but in the fact that it reflected, indeed embodied, the processes, ceremonial and ritualistic, that define the very community culturally. And all of what I have said brings me back to you, the classes of 2022, 2021, and 2020. And the valedictory thought I want to leave with you in your commencement. In your future journey as artists, life hopefully will be full of numerous possibilities and opportunities, and I want you to enjoy the benefits of all of them. But on those paths, I urge you always to act on the profound Native cultural truth that I hope is now obvious in light of what I have said. As artists, you will be, as all those who have come before you, the defining and central culture bearers for Native America, collectively as well as within your own specific Native communities. What you create, and in whatever medium, visual art, film, ceramics, basketry, music, dance, theater, combinations thereof, and the list goes on, stand on the shoulders of Native artists before you who invoked a cultural past to preserve a cultural present that ensured a cultural future for all of us. I consider your taking that vow as our culture bearers as an almost sacred act and responsibility. I remember a conversation with my father that occurred not too long before he passed that has relevance to this point. I was on the phone with him after a particularly trying, very bad, totally awful day at the office at NMAI. It was so bad, in fact, that I said, only half jokingly, something to the effect that I'd been the director for a half decade and a lot had been accomplished, but that maybe it was time for me to dial back the stress and frustration level it inevitably involved and move on to something else and let somebody else take over the helm. There was a slight pause, and then Dad said, when I painted, did you think I did that for myself? Well, I didn't. It was for Cheyenne's. That was my canvas. Your canvas is the museum, so finish it up and don't screw it up, Buck. Dad used the word buck when he was giving a command. You often could not be certain whether it was part of a compliment or an admonishment, but whichever, what I had learned is that you'd better do it. So history will record that I remained at the National Museum of the American Indian for another decade or more, and hopefully did not screw it up. And I have every confidence that as I look at you this fine day in May, that you will not either. as your journey continues. Along the way, remember this wisdom of Simon Ortiz, the poet and storyteller from Acoma, who once taught here at IAIA, as he spoke eloquently through art about Native cultural continuance and identity in a gem of a small poem entitled "It Doesn't End, of Course." It doesn't end, of course, in all growing from all earths to all skies, in all touching all things, in all soothing the aches of all years. It doesn't end. And I now dedicate these concluding words to you in Cheyenne. Namaheo, Naja Mevet Sem, Naja Mevet Has, Hosa Ohest, Natsem Khan, Nira Hawaii Sepiva, Janishe, Nishevet. And in English, Maheo, the great mystery, walks beside you and walks beside your work and touches all the good that you attempt. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart for being with you today. Godspeed and good luck.
I touched it again. We are presenting Dr. West an IAIA blanket that was designed by Benny Buffalo in the 60s, and that came from, it's called Material Break, and it came from our collection. So that's a small token of our appreciation for his being with us to share his knowledge, his wisdom, and his inspirational and eloquent message. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Dr. West.
How you doing, Brian?
Congratulations, Dr. Rick West, and thank you for that incredibly moving speech. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for, the presentation of our degree candidates. The last few years have been a difficult time for our students, families, community, and the world. This year, IAIA is proud to be joined by not only our 2022 graduates, but also many of our graduates from 2020 and 2021 who have returned to us so that they may be formally recognized for their hard work and academic accomplishment.
This past week, the IAIA MFA Creative Writing Department held its 2022 MFA-CW graduation residency. In addition to providing a culminating experience for the 2022 MFA-CW graduating class, this year's MFA-CW graduation residency also included a hooding ceremony, celebrating each graduating master's student's accomplishments and recognizing this year's MFA-CW valedictorian, Amanda Peters. Recorded elements of the 2022 MFA-CW graduation residency, including the hooding ceremony, will be available on the MFA-CW page of the IAIA website. We encourage everyone to visit the page to view and celebrate the remarkable work and accomplishments of our 2022 MFA graduating class. Will the candidates for the degree of Master of Fine Arts please stand and come forward? Leah Melissa Altman, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Creative Nonfiction, Oglala, Lakota. Next, Leah is going to look for a book agent to get her book published. She's also going to read the 3 shelves of thrillers and fantasy novels she's been stockpiling for the past 2 years. Jennifer Brady, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Screenwriting. Jennifer is currently working in higher education and will begin teaching new college students in the fall. Jessica Erin Brent, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Creative Nonfiction, Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. From here, Jessica plans to start sending her writing to the world for publishing and will continue working on her book-length project. Vivian Carroll, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Poetry, Class of 2020, and Cherokee Nation. She is walking today in honor of her ancestors' snowbound walk to Oklahoma, as their footsteps led her to IAIA. She thanks James Thomas Stevens for getting her thesis spick and span and poetry collection ready to see the world. Cruz William Castillo, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Tina Nahua Tepanhua. He will be pitching his series, LA, to the network, and will soon be publishing his book, Like Eating Haas. Adrian Chelepa, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Screenwriting. Kiowa Apache. Adrienne plans to keep writing and developing her half-hour comedy series, Water Her Plants, and spend time with her 4 children. Max Early, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Poetry, Class of 2020, Pueblo of Laguna. Max is a recent inaugural Indigenous Native poet, Inapa, and plans to pursue his PhD in Creative Writing, Poetry. Tashina Lee Emery, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Keweenaw Bay Indian Community, Michigan. Tashina will return to her res on the shores of Lake Superior, continue to write, teach, and raise her chubby little baby, Harlan. Jillian Susan Esquivia Cohen, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Jillian is going to finish drafting her novel by the end of this year. Tikon Galbraith, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Creative Nonfiction. Mentas Traditional Council. Tikon is excited to fully embrace summer by hiking, biking, and playing with his family. Once the snow returns, he plans to continue working on his book and submitting his writing to national publications. Victoria Gonzalez, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Class of 2020, Zacateca and Aztec. She will be beginning her journey as a filmmaker, making and finishing on her script, developing from a piece long ago at IAIA. She will also embark on her most exciting journey yet, marrying the love of her life. Michael Henry Owl, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction, Eastern Band of Cherokee Indian. Michael will return home and finish his novel. Desba, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing. 2 genres, screenwriting and creative nonfiction, class of 2021, Dene. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Drench yourself in the words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. Natasha Benningfield. Chelsea Tyreen Hicks, MFA Creative Writing, Fiction, class of 2020, Osage. Chelsea Hicks plans to publish her first book in June 21st, 2022, called A Calm and Normal Heart. Jonathan Kotler, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. She will continue to teach the Honors College at UNM and share her love of words with the world. Zoe Johnson, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction, class of 2020, Sault Ste. Marie of Chippewa Band Indians. Zoe plans to continue their study and practice of their tribal language of Anishinaabe-Moan, as well as learning about the working with traditional plants. They plan to work towards the position teaching writing and literature to undergraduate students and to continue writing and publishing their stories and poetry. Ellie Kralji Gardner. Ellie congratulates all of the graduates. She directs Vancouver Manuscript Intensive, a mentoring program for writers on the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsali Watuth people. Jay Mercado, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Poetry, class of 2020, Peeposh Ketchen. Jay Mercado, also known as Iwu, continues their journey as an Indigenous pop star to bring joy, healing, and pride to Native peoples everywhere. Taisha Ariel Mitchell, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Screenwriting, Colorado River Indian Tribes, and Dene. Taisha plans on refining her craft after graduation and inspires to write for film, TV, and continue the path of a creative. Maxi Muha, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Maxi will share all the craft and life lessons she's learned in the MFA Creative Writing program with her communities. Amanda Peters, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Mi'kmaq from Clatskup First Nation. She will return home to Nova Scotia and continue to write and help rewrite the literary. Serena Jean, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Poetry. After she sleeps for a week, she plans to add the final touches on her manuscript. Serena also plans to continue working with students at IAIA. Chantel Grace Rondo, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Fiction. Little Salmon Carmacks First Nation. Chantel plans to publish Dreamers, the manuscript she finished at IAIA. Deborah Svatos, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Poetry, class of 2021. Her plan after graduation is to get her first book published. She also plans to keep writing as much as possible. Carmen Taylor, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Class of 2022, Fiction. Carmen plans to continue sharing her joy of working with animals and is proud to be involved in developing outdoor education programming and opportunities that support land, stewardship, and rural vibrancy. She is also working to complete and publish a collection of short stories she began during her MFA.
Read my writing.
Do my best. Mayi Nadia Tom, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Creative Nonfiction, Walker River Paiute. After graduation, I will continue teaching higher education and elementary school. I will focus on finally publishing my creative work while piecing together my book. Lindsay Rian Toyotosa, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Creative Nonfiction, Pueblo of Jemez. After graduation, she plans to continue working with her Godbrothers grant writing company, helping different Native communities to receive funding and continuing to write her memoir. Giles Tucker Turninghart, Master of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Screenwriting, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. Giles plans to return home and turn his screenplays into amazing films and television shows. And now for the presentation of BA and BFA degree candidates. Will the candidates for the degrees of Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Fine Arts please stand and come forward? Brandon Armijo, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Jemez and Quechua Pueblos. You can shine no matter what you're made of, the movie robots. The future goal is to go back to school for psychiatry.
Brennan Avens, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Honors, Sac and Fock Nation of Oklahoma. Brennan intends to write stories that will fulfill a career. He also will hopefully get a master's degree.
Brittany Beauregard, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Class of 2021. In the future, Brittany hopes to further her education in museum studies and help make museums ecologically sustainable.
Austin Big Crow Jr., Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Class of 2020, Ogallala, Lakota. Austin hopes to continue working in the museum art world and further his ability to make his vision happen.
Camela Big Bird Romero, BFA Creative Writing, Okeowenge Pueblo. Camila will begin the MFA program at IAI this July, specializing in poetry. This is for her 3 children.
Natasha Marie Ashley Brokeshoulder, Dene, Navajo Nation, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Class of 2020, High Honors. Currently, Natasha is at the University of Oklahoma College of Law, Indigenous Peoples Law, and will graduate very soon.
Leandra Jamal, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Honors, Class of 2021, Mescalero Apache. Leandra will continue capturing timeless moments in the world.
Kelly Dale, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Honors, Dene, Navajo. Kelly plans to work for a bit and come back for her master's. She also wants to teach art to students.
Darvin Dale DeCini, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Honors, Dene. Darvin plans to continue working at cultural institutions in northern Arizona. Darvin also plans to continue his artistic career and apply to IAI's MFA program in cultural administration.
Kira Fox, Bachelor of Arts, Indigenous Liberal Studies, class of 2021, 3 affiliated tribes of Fort Berthold. Kira, also an AFA in Studio Arts, class of 2020. Kira will help make the Hidatsa language more accessible to her community. She also wants to encourage the younger generation through art and culture.
Kelsey Frosch, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, highest honors. Oh, go ahead. Her goal is to make more things.
Jacob Fry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, class of 2020, Tesuque Pueblo. He wants to make art.
Kelly Fry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts with a minor in Indigenous Liberal Studies, class of 2020, Tesuque Pueblo and Mescalero Apache. Her goal is to save the world.
Johnny Gordon Jr., Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, high honors, Chemehuevi Band of Southern Paiute, returning here to Chemehuevi until his life takes him elsewhere.
Monica Guerra, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts with a certificate in Business and Entrepreneurship. High honors. Recently, Monica was accepted to do the Meow Wolf internship for the summer. She also plans on continuing to apply for residencies and internships and to create more community murals and spend more time with her partner and family.
Peter Holt, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Cinematic Arts and Technology, honors. Peter is going to pursue his MFA in screenwriting here at IA while applying for grants to fund a documentary on the healing power of dance.
Lizette Irizarry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Indigenous Liberal Studies, high honors. Fort Peck, Anishinaabe, Dakota Sioux, Ihunk-Dawan. She plans to continue to raise her children and to go on to grad school to continue education.
Tiffany Irizarry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, high honors, Ihunk-Dawan, Dakota Fort Peck tribes. Tiffany plans to work with her community on the Fort Peck Reservation and eventually pursue her MFA.
Marissa Irizarry, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, class of 2020, honors. Ihunk-Dawan, Dakota Sioux, and Taino. Her plan is to continue to build small businesses and inspire those around her.
Fuku Ito, BFA, Studio Arts. Fuku is Japanese and recently accepted to the University of Delaware for the MFA program, class of 2022.
Rain Kingfisher, Anishinaabe. He's going to eat peyote. Hey, nah.
Robert Lopez Jr., Bachelor of Fine Arts, Cinematic Arts and Technology. Robert will go forward with the inspirations and experiences from IAI and work to spread the message of creativity and unspoken voices.
Jonathan Loretto, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Cochiti and Jemez Pueblos. Jonathan wants to continue teaching what he's learned and to keep on learning.
Shan Ching Lu, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Taiwanese. Shan plans to continue searching for a good night's sleep.
Joseph Maldonado, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Tlingit and Ottawa. Joseph plans to keep on doing his thing and continue to surpass his limits.
Paloma Menkes, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Latinx. Paloma plans on working after graduation in the art field. She's going back to her school to finish her associate degree in photography and looks forward to what the future holds.
Myers, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Class of 2021, Chippewa Cree. To pursue his MFA in printmaking and become an international artist to inspire his people. This degree is for Abby, Emily, and Chloe, my beautiful daughters, especially to my late mother and grandpa.
Ariel Mills, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, High Honors. Ariel's goal is to ultimately gain employment at a large multicultural museum in Santa Fe in collections management.
Jasmine Novak, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts with a minor in Performing Arts, Dene. Jasmine will continue to create art and would like to thank her family and mentors for all their support.
Jacob Olasquaga, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Class of 2020. Tlingit and Mescalero Apache descendant. Jacob plans to continue to create.
Golga Oscar, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, and Business and Entrepreneurship Certificate, Class of 2021, Yupit. Golga will pursue in expanding his art and business career. His goal is to encourage the younger generation to pursue cultural art.
Elizabeth Amalia Molly Pinkham, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Class of 2020, High Honors. Nez Pierce, Nipua, and Tlingit. Ms. Pinkham plans to go to graduate school for astrophysics.
Michelle Preslick, BFA Studio Arts with a minor in Indigenous Liberal Studies, highest honors. Future plan, to spend time with family and to rest.
Pamela Martinez Henderson, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Printmaking, Class of 2020, Dene. Pamela plans to continue her education and pursue her master's degree in art therapy and counseling. Their degree is dedicated to her late mother, Rosie Martinez.
Derek Santos, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts with Native American Art History minor. Oglala Sioux, High Honors. He plans to return to the res to teach.
Faithlyn Seawright, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, High Honors, Class of 2021, Chickasaw, Choctaw. Faithlyn is currently participating in a Chickasaw Nation's first immersion program. She will be learning her tribe's language for the next 3 years. She wants to pursue a master's degree to eventually pursue a doctorate.
Desta Shaw, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, High Honors. She is currently trying to get her Montessori certificate and hopes to be a teacher one day.
Amelia Sparks, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Honors. After graduation, Amelia will be focusing on spending quality time with family before deciding what their next steps in life will be.
Haley Suina, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Class of 2020, Cochiti, Pueblo. Haley plans to attend the MFA program for creative writing at IAIA and to create a study abroad program for the campus. This is dedicated to her grandpa. She is so glad that she could make you proud.
Charlene Tortolot, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Creative Writing, Menominee Nation. Charlene's goal is to stay deadly.
Robin Sinajani, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Class of 2020, Dene. Robin plans to continue working as an independent artist and can't wait for the other opportunities that will come her way. She will also keep painting and hopes always to make her sister proud.
Kelly Tangovia, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Painting with a Museum minor, Honors. Kelly is Hopi, and future plans are to continue painting, live life to the fullest. Her quote, "Everything you do is for you only. No one can take that away." Grandmother.
Devon Red Victor, San Carlos Apache, plans to go back home and to raise his son, Haiku.
Suni Sungo Viscara Wood, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, highest honors, Peruvian, Quechua Nation of Peruvian Andes. He will pursue his master's and keep dedicating his artistic path to contributing to his culture and community and the reassurance and reconnection of Indigenous peoples. Thanks for... Okay. Suni, he will pursue his master's and he will keep dedicating his artistic path to contributing to his culture and community and the resurgence and reconnection of all Indigenous peoples. Thanks for everyone's support.
Donna Walters, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Museum Studies with a Studio Arts minor and Business and Entrepreneurship certificate, Dene. Donna's future goals is to return back to school to receive her master's degree in the museum field. Soon after, she also hopes to create an art education program on the Navajo Nation and to give all the graduates, mentors, and family and IAIA her best.
Isabella Villas Boas, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Studio Arts. Thank you, Mom. Looking forward to working in 2D and 3D.
Julia White, Bachelor of Fine Arts, Cinematic Arts and Technology, Ho-Chunk People of the Big Voice. She is planning on going into the film industry to help her community, for her community to have a voice. And a special thank you to Molly, Pavliot, and I love you, Mom and Dad.
Naomi Whitehorse, Bachelor of Arts, Indigenous Liberal Studies, Sekanu, Lakota, and Northern Chumash. Naomi is going to law school to defend tribal sovereignty and to protect traditional homelands.
And now for the presentation of AFA and AA degree candidates. Will the candidates for the degrees of Associate of Fine Arts and Associate of Arts please stand and come forward? Joseph Arnaud, Associate of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Blackfeet, Spokane. Arnaud is planning to pursue his BFA at IAIA and will continue working on the local Albuquerque community. He plans to implement his AFA in youth mentoring, social emotional learning, and group art projects.
Joshua Dixon, Associate of Arts, Native American Studies, Dene. Joshua is from San Juan River and plans to travel and go home to plant his cornfield this summer.
Photo ops. Shannon Hooper, the Fallon Paiute Shoshone Tribe, Class of 2021, Associate of Fine Arts, Studio Arts. Shannon will be continuing her higher education at IAIA, seeking a Bachelor of Fine Arts, and is expected to graduate with that degree in fall 2022. Shannon is also Miss AHEC 2019 through 2023.
Go ahead. Erica Knist, Associate of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Class of 2022, German. She's also received her Native American Art History Certificate and Business and Entrepreneurship Certificate. Erica is currently working with Cara Romero at her studio and gallery in Santa Fe and will focus empowering IAIA students and Native American artists internationally.
Shane Miller, Associate of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, and Certificate in Native American Art History 2021, highest honors. Will be continuing in IAI's new MFA in Cultural Administration starting this summer.
Melissa Pochima, Associate of Fine Arts, Museum Studies, Honors, Hopi. Melissa will be doing a summer internship at the Smithsonian and NMAI. and continue with the bachelor's and her education for the class of 2022.
Simona Rael, Associate of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, High Honors, Nuevo Mexicana. Plans to be in fashion shows as the designer and a model this summer, and studio art galleries with her paintings. She's also working on preserving, repainting the multicultural murals downtown Santa Fe.
Talon Sosi, Associate of Fine Arts, Studio Arts, Honors, Dene. Talon's future plans are to stay stress-free and keep working on his craft as a designer and create clothes he enjoys wearing.
And now for the presentation of the candidates for certificate. Will the candidates for the Museum Studies, Native American Art History, and Business and Entrepreneurship certificate programs please stand and come forward?
Veronica Bustamante, Certificate in Business and Entrepreneurship, highest honors. Veronica will continue to work towards her Associate of Fine Arts in Museum Studies here at IAIA. Yay, I made it.
Bridget Skinador, Certificate, Native American Art History, High Honors, Dene. Bridget plans to continue to work in the field of arts education with an emphasis on Native arts culture education.
Audrey Wibolfi Magdalena, Certificate, Business and Entrepreneurship, Zuni Pueblo. She will be returning back to school in the fall to pursue an associate's degree. She is taking the steps to make things better for her 2 children.
The graduates, please stand. It is an honor for me to present to you, on behalf of the faculty of the Institute of American Indian Arts, our graduates. I do so with the faculty's sincerest wish that those who have been our students will find success and fulfillment as they welcome the new and creative challenges before them. On the recommendation of the faculty of the Institute of American Indian Arts, and by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon each of the 20, 21, 22, and 20 graduates the degree as indicated on your diploma with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities appertaining to thereto, and recognize the conferred degrees for the classes of 2019-20, 20, and 2021 and 22. Graduates, please move your tassels to the left. Congratulations!
Okay, graduates, you may be seated. take a moment just to feel it. That was beautiful. Congratulations to the class of 2022 and our returning classes of 2020 and 2021. Now to provide the undergraduate student remarks is the 2022 Undergraduate Valedictorian, Tiffany Irizarry, joined by her sisters, Marissa and Lizette. Tiffany is Ihanktowan, Dakota, Fort Peck tribes, and is graduating with her BFA in Studio Arts. Please help me in welcoming Tiffany and her sisters, Marissa and Lizette.
Haumitakie oyashi, ampete washte, chante washte, nape chiuzapi, Tiffany Irizarry, imakiapiye, ihanktawan oyate imataha, wachincha wakpa oyanke de omawapi, dan ya yahiye. Hello, all my relatives. Good day. I greet you with my heart. My name is Tiffany Irizarry. I am Ihanktawan, Dakota, and Puerto Rican. I am enrolled in Poplar, Montana, the Fort Peck, Assiniboine, and Sioux tribes. I am so happy to see you. Thank you, President Dr. Martin, Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, alumni, families, friends, and of course, fellow graduates, for gathering here on this beautiful day. This day has finally come. We made it. Sorry. Words cannot describe the immense amount of hard work and determination it took to get here. To the graduating class of 2021-2022, I fervently wish you sincerest congratulations from the bottom of my heart. This day is so special that we may gather again to share this significant event. I'm sure we will all cherish this moment forever as we move forward, our lives enriched with knowledge gained from our time at the Institute of American Indian Arts. This achievement is just the beginning as we step toward the rewards of our effort. As Indigenous people, we are still here. We are resilient. We are not only surviving, but we are thriving. It is an honor to speak to you today, to share my gratitude for the impact this institution has had on my life. I'd like to tell you a little about myself. I grew up on the Fort Peck Reservation. It was all I ever knew. My younger sister, Marissa, was attending IAIA first and encouraged me to enroll. I was afraid to leave, but I took a leap of faith and moved over 1,100 miles to Santa Fe. I didn't think I was capable or smart enough to get a higher education, but IAIA taught me to value myself, to know that I could accomplish what I put my mind to chase my dreams. Sorry. My fellow graduates, each day you got up, hustled to class, hurried through hallways, popped into Zoom sessions. You looked forward to this day, imagining how rewarding it would be to don a cap and gown at the end of it all. Together, we celebrate this amazing achievement. IAIA provides a powerful sense of community, of belonging, inclusivity that welcomes and embraces you. Your energy, your passion, and spirit are seen and nurtured so that you can develop into the best version of yourself. To learn in an environment that promotes the Indigenous perspective, culture, and identity is so beneficial that we may take pride in who we are. Professors at IAI share their wisdom, guidance, and experience to help their students realize their potential, recognize their talents, so that they may emerge with a better understanding of the world and have the courage to manifest their visions. These past 2 years have brought uncertainty, so many struggles and difficulties to overcome, but you have learned to adapt and grow, to emerge stronger. You had the tenacity and determination to persist despite all the unforeseen. Jeff Com was one of my heroes. I hold dear everything he taught me. Sorry, I don't want to cry again. But his advice was always sincere and honest. He had a way of teaching that made you want to always do your best. I know he would be so proud of all of us. Professors Matt, Daisy, Maddie, Neil, Arista, Jim, Brian, Kim. Without you, I know I would not be here today. Thank you for everything you have done for me. I know every professor here always goes above and beyond for us. I hope you know and feel that you are deeply appreciated. You are so vital to this community. In each class, the insight, critique, and perspective of classmates is so valuable. These connections, encouragement, and engagement often lead to lifelong friendships and a network of support. This environment of compassion, collaboration, and mutual understanding contributes to our success. I would also like to take a moment to express my thanks to the cleaning and janitorial staff and security. You keep this establishment safe and ensure our ability to continue. Also, those who work in the Student Success Center, student accounts, financial aid, and the Learning Lab, your work helps every student. Thank you so much for all you do. I was so blessed to attend IAI with my older sister Lisette and younger sister Marissa. I feel so lucky to share this celebration with them. I would like to call them up here now to give them a small gift to show how proud I am to call them family and fellow graduates. IAI's mission statement is to empower creativity and leadership in Native arts and cultures through higher education, lifelong learning, and outreach. This concept is embodied in every aspect with an education at the Institute of American Indian Arts and is instilled in us so that we may share and expand that into the future. They believed in us so that we may believe in ourselves, that we can evolve into who we are destined to be. With this step and accomplishment, may you build a career that is meaningful and rewarding. May you fulfill all your goals and ambitions in life. Waka Tonka Kichu Pedami Iaia. May the Creator bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany, and your sisters for those truly, I'm not going to use a bullshit word, those just great words. Thank you so much. I'd also again like to thank Dr. Richard West for some of the most inspiring words today. Congratulations to the graduates and their families. The Board of Trustees invites all of you to attend our luncheon and powwow in honor of our graduates. We respectfully ask that you please allow the elders in our audience to proceed through the cafe food line first, and then join us in the dance circle to eat and enjoy the powwow. We further ask our guests to please allow the recessional to exit before stepping into the aisle and exiting yourself. Graduates, please remember there will be a graduating student group photo on the steps of the Els building at 12:15. Would you please stand for the recessional?
Thank you, everybody. Hello, can you hear me? Grand entry is at 12. Yeah. Powwow.
Hello. Thank you for attending the 2022 IAIA Commencement. Shortly, we are going to start in the powwow, in the dance circle. We're going to go ahead and have some interviews and see a camera right down there in the dance circle. Please stay tuned.
Remove them? Oh, there's one right, there's some right there on that side.
So anyway, this is there to vice president. Yeah. And I would still have. Did you hear enough volume? Andy? That right here? Yep. And you'll go ahead and look. I'll stand right here next to this, and you'll look at me. Or maybe I'll look down. Why don't you look where this is? Right here. Okay. Oh, actually, come over here. Right here. I need that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, come a little closer. That's good right there.
long? About a minute or two?
Not even that. Just probably pretty brief.
Just say hello.
Yeah.
Thank them for joining us here for the live stream of our commencement.
Yeah, that's it. 1, 2, 3.
OCO, good afternoon. Thank you for joining a live stream of our 2022 commencement ceremony. We've just graduated our 22 graduates, and of course we had a reunion with our 21 and 20 graduates, and we invited them to come back, and many of them did, and we were able to celebrate in person with their graduation and this milestone for them. And so I think it made a difference for all of us. We were all pleased and excited about gathering again in person. And so we're headed back to normal. So it's not too late to come out and join the festivities. You can join us for lunch. It's going to be served for a couple more hours. And we've got a powwow that just started. And so come out and join us and honor our graduates. It's an honor powwow for our graduates. So Wado, and thank you.
Burger, Lake First Nation, British Columbia, U.S. Navy, Submarine Corps, Principal, in the United States today, you have Pitney, all in Alaska, with rural friends. Also standing in the Let's
get over this side.
He is also a veteran.
Step back a little bit. And good afternoon. My name is John Marr, and it's my pleasure to work with the Higher Learning Commission. It's my honor to actually work most closely with IAIA relative to helping them manage their accreditation relationship with the Commission. Dr. Martin has been trying to get me down here for a stretch to meet with the board and to participate in some of the cultural aspects of the institution for 2 years. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here this year for commencement. So impactful. It's just such an important institution relative to its work in Native American arts and in higher education. And so an absolute pleasure to be here. And if you're watching, it obviously means you're following or you are affiliated with IAIA. And I just wish you all the best in your continued association with this fine institution. I'm sorry, Nicole. What's that? Oh, I know. Did you get some water? Okay, good. Oh, what time do you want to go?
Kim.
again?
I'll ask it to you. How do you feel after graduating IAI?
Okay.
How do you feel about graduating from IAIA?
I feel so confident about entering the writer's realm and introducing the voices that I have created here, and with the help of my creative writing faculty. I'm so excited and look forward to showing what talent emerges from these awesome tribal colleges. I'm just beyond excited, so happy. Good?
Thank you. Did you get audio the whole time?
We're going to do an interview real quick. Just 15 seconds.
Bye.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much for thinking of me. I mean, I've had to try like 5 or 10 times. Really incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you. It'll be on 4 and just look at the. Okay.
Hello. I just wanted to say I'm really appreciative of this opportunity to come back and graduate after 2 years. I'm part of the 2020 class, BFA Studio Arts. And again, I just want to say thank you to everybody that helped put this together. And I'm very appreciative to be a part of this. It felt like I didn't even graduate after those 2 years. So having this like almost closure really means a lot to me because, you know, as Indigenous people, we really want to thrive in an education system. So thank you. And I appreciate it.